Alright, okay. Something new for today. Bring you massive value in every way, as I would tell you. So, get into the flow. Doing what I know comes next. Marketing the chart page. And designing it. So right now I'm finding it in the Claude Code LLM where I left off. So gonna keep on moving, keep on grooving, because yesterday I made a lot of progress. Pretty much every day I feel like, but I really like how I'm making more progress every day. The more I learn, the faster I work. The more everything really flows together. So I just keep getting better. Time machine chart. Believe this is it. Yep. Alright, awesome. Alright, I just started a new session, new live stream for today, and I'm going to start out with the time machine chart redesign. So, I already got the design. I got the page open in Claude Design. Looks like I just got to open up the project in VS Code and start up the dev server. And let me know what's next. Come on, I told you. Only instrumentals. This is my last, I tried out Pretzel Rocks for a month. It's definitely not working, so. Gotta try something else next month. NPM run dev. So started out with the screenshot. Now I'm getting an audit from Claude to basically get the information of what already exists for this. So this is like basically day 3 of this redesign. And it started out with, I wasn't really planning on doing a redesign this early. I was going to do more marketing first. But then Claude just dropped that Claude design. And I heard a lot about it. I heard it was really good. I wanted to try it out. And there were definitely some things that, I thought could be a lot better. So I'm like, okay, I'll just do and change the highest leverage things for design. And the very first day started out with just basically like strategizing on the Claude LLM, having me take some screenshots, giving me, some advice on like the main things that they thought were looking really bad that I could make better. They gave me some like mock designs, and I was able to take their kind of screenshots that they gave me through the LLM and the main page, the dashboard. I changed it there with like the main design features that I did with strategizing with them. Once I got that done, I was able to take those screenshots and start the process with Claude Design. So once I started to use Claude Design, or even before I could even go to the Claude Design site, and I was doing some like auditing to find out, what already existed with the pages that I wanted to redesign, I discovered some bugs. And at first I was thinking like, I always like to really like just build the main things and come back and fix stuff like that later. But from what I found out through some research was that those bugs were very important to fix before I added the design elements onto them, or else it was just going to get worse over time. And, it was kind of annoying to fix more bugs, but also I learned a lot and it was very important. And I wouldn't have found those bugs had I not done the design thing. So it was like the design idea came through at the right time to find some bugs that were not all of them were that important, but a few of them were like hidden, and I'm really glad that I found them when I did. So not just recommending design for making everything look better, but it can also find some bugs, and it can find things that you might not have found without it. So then yesterday I was able to go into Claude Design, give it the information about my project, have it give it some prompts to like what I wanted to design, screenshots of what the pages already looked like. Went through like a Claude Code kind of interview session. Had me answer some questions, made some things look better, till the point where I got it like pretty close to what I wanted it. And I mean, there's still a few small details, but I'm just getting the major stuff first, going through. Started out by implementing the easiest pages in first. basically did like the 4 main pages, and I got the three easiest ones done. Now I feel like the process, I understand it a lot better, so now I'm going to do the more difficult one. And this is really the page. I'll show you guys right now. So this is the page I need to make better, and it looks pretty good right here on show you guys what. Okay, so it looks pretty good on here, but I noticed when it was on like mobile or tablet, the chart took up way too much of the space, and when I was having people try to use it, they didn't realize like how to scroll around and find the stuff at the bottom. So to them, it was like they could only trade just Apple, the one stock that was like pulled up right here. So basically, I did a redesign for this because this is one of the most important pages. So here's the redesign, what it looks like after Claude Code did it. Had me answer a bunch of questions and stuff. Asked me a bunch of questions and I answered them immediately. And I got this. So now I'm going to implement this into this, and I'm going to check it again on mobile and hopefully fix the issues that it had. Perfect timing to get the audit results. Outstanding. Every audit I get is the most thorough. It's always the best. I have the best audits with the best words written by the best agents. Asked me some questions before I finished reading. And every once in a while, no matter how many times I tell it, this is not for traders, this is for investors. He keeps coming back to talking about traders. And I don't want it to be making logical decisions thinking that this is for traders, but I feel like the decisions aren't really affecting that specifically, so I'm not going to call it out this time because it'll just take more time. It was like telling me what answers I should pick, and then it asked me the questions. But I feel like it's right, and I feel like a lot of this stuff isn't really that big of a deal that I could easily change later. It might not look like how I want it to look. I'm not too worried about it. I can come back and change this stuff later. The main thing is the main part of the design. Gotta do the speed reading. Speed reading is a skill anybody can learn. Highly recommended for this type of work. It's almost like you can read a whole line of text at one time instead of word by word. Sometimes I accidentally click the button twice, and I gotta make sure I catch it because then it like basically pastes the prompt twice. And if anybody knows a better way to delete the wrong prompt, let me know, because this is so weird that you have to just like delete it one character at a time. Okay. There's that. I'm going to give it the screenshot. Change it to plan mode. To get it going. Flowing. I want to learn more about AEO marketing. From what I understand, this is like search engine marketing. I already did one thing to my page to make it so, like, from what I understand, there's bots with the different, not search engines, my bad, the AI search engines like Claude and Gemini and GPT when people type stuff and then like they search. So basically what I want to do for this project I'm doing for beginner investors is when people ask beginner investing questions, they could be directed to this app that I'm making. So I already did some things just with the code to make it easier to pick up for the, I guess there's bot crawlers, but I was also hearing methods to do this with essentially like having a blog or something like that and having like new relevant information with some links and stuff. And that sounds kind of like what I understand from marketing with you know how like Google search engines pick up on things, but I guess it's a little different with how the AI search engines pick up. Can you explain this to me better? Kind of like confirm what I understand, anything that you see I'm not understanding, especially especially it's crazy doing these live streams and then I like rewatch some of these streams and I listen to myself and pick up on words that I say a lot, like essentially. And I'm like, well, I never realized I was saying that all the time. I've identified the new frontier of digital marketing. Answer engine optimization, AEO, aka GEO, generative engine optimization. Traditional SEO is about ranking number one on a page of links. AEO is about being the source that GPT, all these other sources use to generate their answers. AI bots crawl the web differently. Search engine wants to give a user a list of places to go. An answer engine wants to summarize the information so the user doesn't have to leave. So I want the AI to say, according to Stackivate, the name of this app, beginner investors should start by, and then provide a link to the tool. And that reminds me, I still got to put that link in the YouTube and Twitch. So the main thing, I guess, what I'm seeing so far that I would think is kind of a challenge for marketing is the way Google works is, you know, people are looking for information and then they send people to an actual source. Like you want to rank the top on Google, so they send people to your site or your app. With the way I think things are going to be going, people are going to be talking to Google less and less, and these AI search engines more and more. But the AI search engines want to keep people on the AI. They don't. Their goal is to not send people to your website, but if you can rank, it'll mention the website. So then, at least if it mentions it, then people can see that, and then they would be more likely to go check it out. So when you're doing blogs for this, it's about information extraction. You want to minimize the post. AI models use RAG. I've talked about RAG before, retrieval augmented generation. They grab snippets of text and stitch them together. So it's all about questions and answers. You want your information for marketing to be like title of an article would be like it's asking a question and you want the answer to be summarized in the first two sentences. And I feel like that's a major change from what I see mostly right now is people want to put the answer more towards the end of the article. Just like if you were to watch the news and then they tell you like, you know, this big story they're going to tell you about, but they want you to like tune in until they actually tell you, where the key to this is just being direct, and I like that better. So for this, like what I would not, a bad example would be saying like investing is a journey that starts with a single step, and many people wonder what a stock is. But like a good way to do it would be a stock represents fractional ownership in a company. For beginners, buying a stock means you own a piece of that corporation's assets and earnings. So that would be like the very first two sentences of the article. Would be like, if someone's searching that exact question on AI, you'd want to have their answer as the first, like, very beginning of the article. But still, everything needs to make sense. I mean, you don't just do that and then you, like, have, like, random AI slop for the rest. So, how to do this with your code? Number one would be hidden labels, schema markup. This is more important than semantic HTML. I've had people ask me about that. And it's JSON LD. So you put it in the code where it's like the head of the code, and it tells AI exactly what your data is. So I believe I've already done that with this project. Then you got llms.txt file. This is new to me. I do not have an LLM's text file in this project, so definitely gonna create that. Doesn't sound like it's too difficult to create. A markdown file specifically designed to give LLMs a handbook on how to use and summarize your site. Tables and lists. Hey, I love structured data. If you're comparing stocks and bonds, don't just write paragraphs. Use a table. AI crawlers can digest a table in milliseconds and use it to provide a comparison answer to a user. But semantic HTML still matters. Because it's going to tell AI the main points of the article, main points of the page, whatever you're doing. Yes. Explain to me what I need to do to make that LLMs.txt file. So first, create the file, root folder, preferably next to robots.txt or favicon.ico. Add the content. Yeah, I can help you with that. Because when an AI bot hits your site, it'll look for this file first. Checklist for the LLM text. Is it in the root of the site? Is it written in Markdown? Does it include the most important URLs? Is the language clear and dense? So, I mean, I just pretty much put together everything I need to add this file right now. And obviously I'm doing something with the design on one of the pages, so I'm gonna wait till I'm done with this and just do one thing at a time. But looking at the comments, someone new, how do you do? Respect to you. Feeling good today. Doing some design changes. Learning about some new age marketing. Some meditation music. Just keeping it chill. How you doing today? Could you write me a prompt to create this file in the right place of the project, and then I can just copy and paste the info that you created in there? And also, I'm feeling like it's time to upgrade my game. I'm feeling like I can start doing like multiple tasks, especially while like I'm running Claude Code in one terminal, and is doing a design to one of the pages on the project. And I'm wondering, like, you know, what if I run this new prompt to create this folder and put it in the right place while this other Claude Code terminal is running? Do you think that would be a problem? Yeah, so let's try this out. It looks like the information you already created in the last prompt was more detailed, so I'll just use that. So just recreate that prompt, so all it's doing is adding the correct folder to the correct, or I'm sorry, the correct file to the correct space in the project, and then I'll just manually copy and paste that old information in it. So what I'm building, I just launched the Stackivate app for beginner investors. So this is for anybody who wants to learn investing, and the free tier, I'm trying to give away more free information than anybody. I'm trying to make this so, like, most sites that you have to pay for, like, everything is included just free, so that anybody around the world can come on here and for free, that they can have everything they need to learn how to invest correctly. But I'm so confident that there's like so much good information for free that once they get their skills to where the point that they're like ready to start doing this, that they'll understand the value of the paid tier, and that they'll realize that it's important to keep on moving with the paid tier, and that's like the next level. So right now I am just trying out Claude Design. Just opened up Claude Design for the first time yesterday, and changed some of the main pages. So right now I've got Claude working on redesign on one of the pages. I'm going to show you the page real quick. Got this page right here, and this is Claude Design's new version right there. So I'm just having Claude change that right now, and then I'll get on to some, and then I'm doing while this prompt is going in Claude, I'm just learning about some marketing, AEO, the new frontier of online marketing, as Gemini would tell me. And I believe that too. I believe in the future, people are going to be shifting from asking Google about stuff to asking AI about stuff, getting their information from AI. So I think it's more important to optimize now for getting recognized by AI. And that's what I'm doing. So good luck on your exam. Or I guess hopefully you don't need luck. Hopefully you just got it easy like that, and you can just do it and pass the exam and stay hydrated. I'm always telling people the power of water. Even if you're slightly dehydrated, your brain capacity is only at like 80%. So I got 2 prompts going at the same time. Looks like I got a plan. Gonna double check it and summarize it with the LLM. All right, so I just got that llms.txt file in for the AEO marketing. Now I'm wondering about what do you think for a project like this to have like like some kind of blog or something like that, that's going to have information. Do you think a blog is good? Do you think it's better to have like a FAQ just on the site? Let me know what you think is the best method for marketing something like this in regards to AEO. Saying I should have both. Both serve two completely different masters. FAQ is for the answer engines. The blog is for authority. FAQ is best for appearing in featured snippets, Siri or Alexa voice results, and Google's AI overviews. For a blog, it's best for being cited by Perplexity, Claude, and Gemini for complex queries. Most people think blogs are just for keywords, but that seems to be like the past way of marketing, and now for AEO, a blog serves as a proof of expertise. The information gain strategy. AI models will now filter for unique data. So like if the blog just repeats what is a stock, the AI will ignore you. If the blog has a post like we analyzed 100 beginner portfolios and found the 3 most common mistakes, that's original data. Okay. So if a user asks like what mistakes do new investors make, the AI will be more likely to cite the blog because I have data nobody else has. So the winning combo is hub and spoke. Yeah, and this is like what would be best for this specific project I'm working on for Stackivate. Okay. So FAQ section gives the AI quick hits to answer simple questions. The blog post provide deep context. Data tables. AI loves tables. A blog post with a table comparing brokerages is like catnip for a crawler. Recommendations: start with a high quality FAQ page. Easier to code. Easier to apply schema to. Gives you the fastest win in AI search results. So if you're just tuning in, you know it's time to win. Go ahead and hit the like button, like up the like button, smash the like button, as they would say, because you know we got more time in the day to get this information out to more people so we can provide more value to society in our own unique way. And go ahead and subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm coming through with the new information steady, so you can be ready when it comes. Be on the link. And you know, right now I'm working with Claude Design to do an upgrade on the design. And in the meantime, I'm just doing some research on AEO. So if you don't know, now you know. AEO is all about the new age marketing flow. AEO sounds like it's kind of slow, but in reality, it's fast, because it gets the search engines, or bots, I guess they would be. Search engines is the old way. Now it's all about AI bots. And it gets them directly to your site. So when people are looking up for insights and info, they're not going to be able to send them to your site, but they can mention your site. Because that's like the old way, right? Is SEO is all about getting Google to send people to your project, your app, your site, whatever you're building. But the new way is, you know, people are going to be searching stuff on AI, and AI is trying to keep people on AI. So you got to be slick. You got to get it to find your information and mention your site or your app. And then people can see that, and then hopefully they will go and check it out for themselves. So, looks like we're getting to the end of this redesign. Yes, please generate a top 10 list of beginner investing questions that are currently high traffic for AI search, so I can build my FAQ around them. AI search engines are prioritizing conversational accuracy. They're not just looking for keywords like SEO. They're looking for the site that provides the most direct, snackable answer to what users are actually typing into chat boxes. Like, how much money do I actually need to start investing in 2026? What is the difference between an ETF and an index fund? Is it better to pay off high interest debt or start investing? How does a Roth IRA work for someone making under 75K? What are the best set it and forget it investments for beginners? How do I diversify my portfolio if I only own 3 stocks? What is a dollar cost averaging, and how does it actually work? Should I invest in Bitcoin or the S&P 500 first? How do I avoid paying high fees on my investment platform? What happens to my stocks if the market crashes tomorrow? I shouldn't be laughing, but I mean, what happens to your stocks if the market goes up tomorrow? Like, people are actually asking this stuff. But I mean, that goes to show, like, it's difficult for me as someone who's been investing for years to put my mind in the space of a beginner investor, but it would be very difficult for me to create a project like this if I was a beginner investor. So that's kind of the gap I'm working with. I'm trying to find people who are beginner investors to try this out and give me some feedback. And so far I've gotten some decent feedback. For the most part, people, I feel like they're learning more than they're confused. But I'm learning from their confusion where to make everything better. So with the FAQ, I want to build an accordion style FAQ so I can just click to expand it. It's not taking up too much room. Make sure the text is still in the HTML, not hidden behind a JavaScript fetch, so the AI bots can read the answers without having to click anything. Done is done. Get 100 Google out of 10. It's a quarter of the 10K. Every time, keep getting better and better. I mean, you see how long that took me to beat the S&P 500. That was the year 2016, and I almost doubled what the S&P did. So everyone's telling everybody to buy these index funds, but I mean, if you know what you're doing, it's really not that difficult. And I mean, if I wanted to, I could have like put way more effort into that and probably done a lot better. And that being said, what I want to do too is something for you all in the audience. Basically be doing giveaways where I can have like a challenge each week. Whoever gets the best score, you would just have to create an account. You wouldn't even have to like buy anything. And I'll have a leaderboard. And whoever does the best for beating the S&P that week, I'll give them a free month of the Pro. I just got to figure out how to set that up. So after you're done, you can play again, download the results, stuff like that. Okay. So everything's working. The main things I'm seeing, though, are just some like slight issues that I think would be easy to fix right now. Gonna take a screenshot of the main issues. The green candles aren't filled in. SMA 250 are pretty much the same color. The Bollinger Bands are very thin. At least the outer bands. Almost everything looks good except for a few small details. And they seem like they'd be pretty easy to fix, so I'm just going to do it right now while it's fresh on my mind. I attached a screenshot. You can see that the green candles are not filled in green. the SMA 200 and SMA 50 are both the same color. And I don't have it on this screenshot, but the Bollinger Bands, the outer lines are very thin. I feel like usually the Bollinger Band outer lines are a little bit thicker than the middle line. So let me know what you think to fix these things. Sharp, I'm sharp. Like a stepping razor. This one's plan mode max effort. And make sure when you're doing these screenshots that you delete you're gonna see the purple PNG files in the file explorer. Gotta make sure I'm deleting these because this is all gonna be extra every time it reads the files. It's gonna take extra context. Alright, so while this prompt is running, I noticed there's starting to add up a lot of PNG files from all the screenshots I've given it. Do you think it's okay to delete those right now from the file explorer? Looking better now. Alright, I gotta move around. Bollinger looks better. The SMA lines still look the same color. Candles are filled in. Right. Yeah, SMA still looks very similar. Take another screenshot of that. Everything looks good to me. The SMA lines, the only thing, they still look very similar. One just maybe looks a little bit thicker than the other. I'm not trying to really get into this too much right now, so let me know what you think. If you think this is an easy, quick fix, I'll do it. Otherwise, I'll just keep on moving. Lord, I got to keep on moving. Where I can't be found. Gotta get on down. Been accused, but John, no, I didn't do. That's why I got to push on through. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that right now. It's not that big of a deal. Alright, so it looks like we got that done. So I think all the design stuff is done for now. Let me know if I missed anything. And what was next on the list? Everything and anything. Everything and nothing. The truth is accountability. I'm going to do a quick cleanup pass first before I do the next thing. And then, yeah, I think it's good to go into marketing for now. Already did this stuff. I don't think I did this. So I'm doing just making sure to rename the project to the correct name in the package.json file. Don't think I did this yet, but it should be simple. That was the other thing. Gotta check for mobile. Might as well just check it on mobile. Yeah, that issue's still there. I definitely want to fix that. Okay. So I think I already did that Vercel stuff, but I'm on live stream right now, so I'm not going to go into that right now. But I just did the run the package.json rename. Doing that right now. Sounds like it just got done. I'm going to paste that to you. And then what I want to do is make a fix on the time machine game for mobile. And I'll explain that to you once we make sure everything is good with the package.json. Looks like this one might be already be done too. It's already done. That's what I thought. I thought I did all this stuff, but okay. All right, so I don't know if what it'd be considered, I guess a regular phone. And when I minimize the local browser, it doesn't come up with the same problem. It's only when I actually use it on the phone. I don't have a screenshot, but I feel like that's not that important. Hopefully we can fix this without a screenshot. So the main issue is the chart is so big that it only shows the chart, takes up the majority of the screen, and then it shows like Apple at the top, which is the default like selected stock chart that pulls up when the Time Machine game starts. When I had someone use the app on mobile, they didn't know that you were able to scroll down because you weren't able to see below the chart. And if you tried scrolling on the chart, it didn't pull anything up. And now, like, I can barely see, like, the top of the card below the chart. And I have to, like, kind of tap it with my finger, and then I can scroll it up. But it's, like, it's disappearing behind the chart. So, I'm guessing the best thing to do is just to minimize the size of the chart. so that can see the stuff below it. Which would be like, selecting different stocks, buying and selling, showing the portfolio value, everything that's below the chart. Let me know what you think. Boom. Oh no, I should have compacted the conversation before this. Yeah, I haven't been checking the that is crazy though, because in the past, like, I wouldn't even be like halfway through the context by now. So I gotta be checking this new update. Claude is using way more tokens. I gotta definitely check the context more often, because it's not good to be compacting at the beginning of the plan implementation like that, I feel like. At least I did the more important things at the beginning when the context was still fresh, and then I was just like doing more minimal stuff towards the end. So I'm on live stream. I don't want to slow down the pace of the stream to do all that. I think what I'm gonna do is just assume it's good for now, and as long as it's working, then I'll just test it later, and then I'll if something's off, then I can come back and fix it more later. But it sounds like it at least is like going to be better than it was before. Let me know what you think. I don't even have my phone connected to Wi-Fi right now, and I feel like this is going to take a lot longer than 30 seconds. What about if we just like push it like it is right now, and then I could just test it for real, and then if something's wrong, I would know. Okay, so I'm thinking that I want to keep this chat for design so I can come back to it later and not really like stray too far from that. I wanted to get onto some marketing stuff with the app next. So I'm thinking I should start up a new chat for marketing stuff. I have one chat for marketing stuff that's off the app, like a marketing system, but I want to do a chat that's just for like marketing things on the app, like SEO and AEO, and what you were just talking about, like elevator pitch, stuff like that. So that being said, I did have to compact the conversation, so I'm thinking I should just also start up a new terminal and then start up a new chat with the marketing stuff. If you think this is the best way to move forward, let me know. Give me a prompt that I can start this new chat, and I will start up a new Claude terminal in VS Code. Welcome to Claude. How can I help you? Yes, I said I'll be back, and now I'm back. Hello, welcome to Claude. How can I help you? It's a great day, Claude. How can I help you? Yeah, feeling pretty good about this new marketing stuff. I really like it, learning about AEO too. SEO is the old. AEO is the new frontier, the next generation, like Pepsi. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. It's the next generation. I like the risk-free version. I might want to, you know, make it better over time, but I mean that's like pretty good for right now. And just so you have a better understanding, there is paper trading in the free tier with the time machine where you paper trade in a past year, and then in the paid tier the paper trading is like current. It is the actual markets. So I guess if you want more information, it'd probably be easy just to get me to go through some of the, have Claude Code read some of the files. If that might help you, let me know what you think. How about even better yet, what do you think about this idea? I'll just use you as like a reference for crafting some of this marketing stuff. Like, and just kind of being like a consultant, and I'll just do the actual work in the Claude terminal. So just to start for this elevator pitch, do you think it should be anywhere on the site, or is that just something that I would be remembering and saying? So, yes, I do want to add this, and this leads me to something I need to strategize with you. Is that right now I've got the page going directly to the first logical point of use, which is like kind of like a quiz game for learning charts, and kind of like the heart of the project is the dashboard, and there's a different dashboard for free and paid tier. But I have not added any kind of like pages like you're talking about that have like FAQ. Maybe I would want to do like a blog. There's like anything else like a lot of these sites would have. There's no page that has it's just basically the functions is the only thing I have so far. So let me know if you understand what I'm saying and help me like plan out what I should build. And I want to keep this for like SEO, AEO, marketing priority. So if you're just tuning in, you know it's time to win. And the marketing segment has just begun. This is where I feel like I have the most fun. But at the end of the day, I know I already won because I'm working on what I like to do and providing value to you and everyone else that this is going to pass through their hands or their phone or tablet or computer, PC, whatever it's going to be. I don't know, but we'll see as we go and just go with the flow. So hit the like button if you haven't already. Get this information out to more people so we can all be equal when it comes to how the money runs through the markets. And it's not just flowing to the same old hands that have the same old plan to take it from us. No bluff. So we got to do. And subscribe if you haven't already because I'm coming through with new information steady. Getting into the marketing. The design part is done for today. And feel like it went okay. But you know it's always going to be a work in progress. Nothing is for sure, nothing is for certain. Just got to keep on learning. So, on I go. And AEO. AEO is the new SEO. That's like the word for today. Yeah, I do want to start with tier 1 first. And the main thing I'm not understanding is like, is all this stuff on a separate website or is it on the same URL as the actual project? And if it's on the same URL, then like explain to me better like how it fits into the actual project. So I definitely want to plan this with Claude Code. I just am using you for like research basically. And I like everything you said except one thing. You're talking about having people sign up even before they use the free tier. But what I was thinking was letting people just use the free tier without signing up. And I was thinking about making a leaderboard to the time machine game where you try to beat the S&P 500, and then giving the people the option to create an account if they want to be on the leaderboard. But other than that, I don't want to like have that friction of people having to create an account just to use the free tier. Let me know what you think. Anything that you can add, anything you think I don't understand, let me know. So I do already have an account gating I believe. And maybe you would want to. I'm wondering, do you think it'd be better to have Claude Code write a prompt for you to understand this, or to just like start creating this stuff into Claude Code because it already knows? The answer is neither, or rather, much less than I'm imagining. Right now, the free tier. There is a free tier dashboard. Then there is, it's called the Academy. And right now, there is only the Investor's Edge, which is like a quiz game to help read charts and indicators. And then there's the Time Machine, which is kind of like the game where you play a random year in the stock market trying to beat the S&P 500. The Pro Lab is the paid tier. There's the real-time paper trader, automatic investor's log, so like an automatic journal each time you make a buy or a sell. And then there is a coach, and it all works together. There's also an elite suite that I'm thinking of doing coming soon, an AI architect that could possibly create a bot based on your investing style that the coach learns over time. But that is just an idea right now. Some people have been requesting that. So on the dashboard, there's a place where you can click a button if you're interested. That being said, this is a work in progress, so I'm sure I'll be adding and changing things over time based on what people are using. And you were talking about having some way of analytics. Essentially, what I want to do is make sure analytics are set. Hopefully, even if someone's not signed in, I can see what their process is, where they're getting stuck, what they like using the most. And I plan on building a business CRM system that can go with this, that can analyze all this stuff and track all this stuff in real time, or however it works, and then give me reports so I can make it better over time. So back to building what we're building right now. Let me know what you think. Do you have any more questions? What do you think I should start with? All right, so right now the coach is only on the paid tier. I do have like a kind of a guide that is like a more cached version of like coaching, but it's not really coaching. It's more just like helping people understand the features of the free tier, and then that works with the dashboard to like guide them through how to get the most value out of the free tier. But that being said, I think we're kind of getting off topic with this. I get why it's like important for you to understand it. Also, with the free tier right now, there's no gate. Like anybody can use it. You don't have to sign up to use the free tier. So I think the sign up is just more for right now for the leaderboard, because I wanted to do some kind of like possible giveaway where whoever gets the best score beating the time machine could get like a free week or a free month of the pro tier. And yeah, I think that's all you needed to know from me. But I just want to make sure we're just like focusing on adding this this SEO and AEO marketing page to the right spot and not getting carried away with all this other stuff right now. Take it one step at a time. Don't worry, it's going to be all right. Welcome to the chat, Anna. Respect every time. Big up yourself. No problem. Hopefully your exam went well. And today I'm here, so welcome back. Good timing. Getting into some new frontier of marketing, the AEO. So Anna, I'm wondering, are you a vibe coder? Have you tried vibe coding? Do you have any goals of creating any kind of websites or apps or anything like that? I could see where I could help you. Specifically, marketing is probably my strongest area that I'd be able to help. B sounds good to me, and then I'll take your recommendation for the end where you're talking about 2 ways to handle the no sign up required to start. And then, you know, I can just change it later. But I just want to get like, you know, just get this build and then I can focus on like the more detailed stuff later. So, right now you are focused on building an AI agent. That is cool. I was thinking about trying that in the future. I guess what is the function of your AI agent? Like, is there like a main function or is it just kind of a general agent? And if so, what is your differentiator? What are you doing with your agent that you feel like is better or different than the other agents out there that can be your kind of like marketing, your marketing edge that you're gonna like you're gonna explain to people? I think pricing sounds good to me. And then, yeah, I don't have any testimonials yet, so I can work on those. Yeah, I'm ready for the final CTA section, and pricing is created right now. It's $14.99 a month, and then there's yearly. But you know, these things I can easily get the correct price for the yearly later. I just want to like build this out, and then I can deal with these details later. So back to the chat. You want to make a website with vibe coding. Can't make sure it's security. If you build a website, you don't know how to market that to the people. The main reason you can't find a specific idea, which will be different from others. Well, there you go. Now you know what you need to know. Now you know what you don't know. Now you know what you need to know. And security, you can figure that out later. Build out the site yet on a local browser so people aren't using it yet, and then deal with security afterwards. And don't worry about all these different things at once. Right now, just kind of like work with Claude or a different LLM, whichever one you like, to create like a business plan, and it'll have it ask you questions to get your business plan right. Then create different parts of the business plan, like the marketing plan. Do have it do like a SWOT analysis, SW, I think it's OT. Some of these things you can ask it, everything you need for the plan, and it'll tell you. But just when you get a good understanding of all your competitors and what they do, you can get a better idea of what you want your differentiation to be, and get that figured out. Come back to me, and then I can help you with the next step. I'm ready for you to write it all out, and I can read it. And I think the main thing that I wanted to let you know that you didn't understand was that the time machine does not have you pick a year. It's a random year. So you don't know what year it is. So it makes it like, I guess, like if you pick the year, then you have a better idea what the market's going to do. This way you don't know what the market's going to do, and it's more, I think, realistic. And for the pro tier, I don't think the coach is like the only major feature. I think the automatic journaling is also a major feature. So like I know for me, like when I invest and make trades, journaling is something I know I should do, but like I don't always get around to do it, and it's like then it's on a separate, piece of paper or something like that. But here it's like built in and automatic, so it just does it every time automatically, and then that helps guide the coach. So I guess it sounds like I'm probably ready. You can start this first part of what we're building and write it all out, and I'll check it out, and then we can go from there. How have I made sure website security? Just the main thing, I guess, would be doing research on security, doing all the research. Each website's going to be different. I mean, if you have a website that some people have websites that they just make income from running ads, that's going to be a lot easier. It depends on what you're building. If you're going to be collecting payments, I would recommend Stripe. Stripe is handling the security. Like, I have Stripe, even I can't get into Stripe and see people's like account information and stuff like that. But I think you're thinking too far ahead. I think laser focus on the first step, one thing at a time. I think all your questions to me right now should be all about differentiation. I think while you're here with me, take advantage of that. Just focus on like, how you want to be different from what's out there, where you want to be unique. And I can kind of help guide you on that. Don't think about all this other stuff right now. You'll get to that later. Look up look up some Bob Proctor stuff. Vibration, laws of vibration. And when you build something, you don't always know the next step. Just know your goal, know where you want to be, know what you want to build. And don't worry about how you're going to get there. So, welcome to the chat. Mikkel, if I'm saying that right, respect every time. Definitely feel free to join. I will add you up on Discord. And let me see, I got Discord open right now, so I'll paste the link too. For the most part, everything looks good for right now. I think the only thing is for the Elite Lab for coming soon, I would have it add that it doesn't just learn your style. Mostly the coach and the journal is going to be learning your style, and the elite tier is going to be creating a investing bot to invest for you with your style that you can test with fake money with the paper trader. And I think the main thing to remember, it looks like you mostly got it, is this is not for trading, this is for investing. So I guess, what do you think is next? Get a prompt and get this started? If you can just create the entire prompt with the copy, that would be better. Yeah. All right, 5-minute meditation. Everything looks good to me for the most part. Like I said before, I don't want to get caught up on like details right now. I just want to get the foundation built. And then I can go back and get the details later. So I think it sounds like I'm ready to go. And also, just confirm to me before I say go that it's necessary to be like doing these reroutes right now, when all I'm trying to do is basically like, you know, build this this SEO and AEO marketing, and also like I guess it's a lot more than that too. It's really kind of like, you know, information for people and onboarding and stuff and like all kinds of things. But I mean, everything sounds good to me. Let me know what you think. That makes way more sense. Yeah. So if you're just tuning in, you know it's time to win. From the end to the begin. What I'm making is a Fin Hub project for investors, beginner investors, people who want to be able to make their money work for them and understand how the trend is your friend until the end. So, building the marketing, working on marketing right now. That's my favorite thing to do. That's what I like to pursue. How about you? Let me know in the comments, and make sure you like up the like button. And that just means click the like button. The more you click it, the more it gets pushed out to more people, so we can all get this information. Everyone can understand how to provide value in their own unique way. It's all about providing value. The money comes later. Focus on the right thing. Don't focus on the money. Focus on providing value. So make sure you subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm always coming through with new information steady. Be ready for the next line of code, the next node. And I'll keep doing what I'm doing, pursuing what I'm pursuing, moving through with record speed. Feeling like I'm not a beginner anymore. Getting better at this every day. Goal is to be one of the top creators, as I would say. So I'm gonna go grab some more water and some snack. I'll be back. AI can do a lot of the marketing. You could market it with just AI, but there's also things that I think would help a lot that don't require AI. So a lot of what I'm doing right now is AI marketing. Some what I will be doing after this, you stay tuned, I will be doing some manual marketing. There's so many different ways to market, and my best advice is to try multiple marketing methods, and you will get feedback on which methods work better. And when you find methods that work better, then you double down on that. Just keep trying new things. So like what I'm doing right now, look into SEO and AEO. AEO is like where I think the future is going to be. The biggest opportunity for us all right now, I think, is going to be in AEO. You know, SEO people have been doing for years. SEO is it's easy to do, but it's not easy for it to be effective. You know, SEO is getting ranked the top of Google searches, and everybody's doing that, so you got a lot of competition. AEO, brand new, way less competition. People usually don't believe AI ads. Well, if AI ads don't work good and you feel like people don't believe it, then maybe skip that method. But I think you know, what's the harm in trying it out? I myself have not done any AI ads yet for this project. And also, I'm not really sure what you mean by AI ads. I think I understand. I think you're saying kind of like using AI to create a commercial. But there's a lot of ways that AI can help you create advertising. What I'm doing right here is not even ads. What I'm doing right here is creating basically, I think to simplify it, I'm creating sections on this project that have information that AI chatbots can pick up on. So when people are asking AI particular questions that would pertain to this project, AI would be likely to reference this project as a solution to their issue, to their problem, whatever they're wanting to know. So let's check this out, see what it's all about. Not seeing anything on the site because I'm already logged in, so I'm going to try it on the phone. npm run dev. Looking at the dev server, I don't see any of this. The menu doesn't show like any new section for this. I went on my phone and I went to the site, and it's still directing me straight to the Investor's Edge like it used to. You are totally right. It is taking me straight to the dashboard when I refresh on the local server, and on my phone I haven't deployed yet. So I'm in the admin. I'll sign out and see what happens. I just signed out on the localhost server and hard refreshed, and it's still taking me straight to the Investor's Edge. All right, back to the chat. That's a good question. I think that's more specific to your certain situation, how to make money. I don't really know. You know, that's up to you. Whatever you want to do. If you're talking about with business, just create a business. I mean, you got to create it first. If you don't have a business created, it's probably best that you go and do some kind of work to get more money. Do you need money to do this? No, there's always ways around it. You don't need to pay for any AI subscription. You get VS Code for free. You go on to free tools like Gemini. You could have it just write you the code and you could manually paste it in and you could build like that. There's always a way around. But kind of what you're asking me is really not something that I can help you with. That's like that's life. Like you just got to figure that out for yourself. But I think the best advice I can give you is don't let your age or your income limit you. Just keep an open mind and you can find a way to do what you want to do. after a hard refresh, this is what the URL shows. I will paste that here, and then I will paste the results from the last prompt. Here we go. So it worked in incognito mode, so it's something with caching, and I'm about to read and find out, get a better explanation of this right now. So the first thing they recommended was that I tried in incognito mode, and it worked. So I attached a screenshot of what I saw, and I haven't done any more than that, so sounds like it's a caching problem. That's about all I got from it. Let me know what you think. So I do already have a pricing page, and I'm not really, sure that I want to like go to that right now. What I'm thinking is like to continue with what my original plan was. I started this by looking up methods for AEO and SEO. And what I wanted to do was add sections like FAQ and information like we were talking about earlier to for marketing. So I don't really see how the pricing page is that important to make look better right now. Maybe there's something I'm not understanding. So I would like to just stay on task and just keep building out this kind of like main page people come to if they're not signed in. But if there's something I'm not understanding, that pricing page is more important, even though it's already created, let me know. Yeah, if you think the answer page is the best place to go next, then we'll do that. And I was already doing research with a different LLM and came up with some questions. And, I just want to get these up now. From what I understand, like, I might find better things later when I dig in more to, like, what works for marketing best for this project. But at least, like I said, I just want to build this stuff and get it up now. and then I can come back later and get more into detail. So I'll paste those here and let me know what you think. I agree with you. I want this to be specific to this project, and I would rather just keep it minimal now and on point than to remove things later. So the main thing I'm not understanding, is this going to be like a FAQ, or is this kind of more like you're saying a post? Like a FAQ section or like blog post, because you mentioned post. I understand much better now. How about how to learn investing to start? Everything looked good to me. The only thing I'm not sure about is you're talking about after doing paper trading through like random past years in the market, the next thing to do is real money investing. And I would agree. But the way this site works is once you do that, the next thing it would send you to the paid tier to do paper trading investing in real time, which will include keeping a journal. And I think that journal is very important. And the coach and the journal together is going to be what helps a person learn their unique style of investing based on their own strengths and weaknesses, about like their personality and other things that would pertain to this. So that being said, let me know if you think it would make sense to make any changes. Everything looks good to me now. What do you think? How do I implement this? Can you just write me a prompt that includes this post? I'm not really sure. Claude Code plan mode. yes, slowly but surely. Surely and slowly. But you know, that's how it goes, trying to do things right from the start. Learning along the way, as I would say. Come what may, I'll get better every time, and the best resource I got is that time. Time is the master. You can't buy time. So appreciate the time you got, because it can fly by. But hey, that's why I'm doing what I do. Because I'm trying to use my time to make a difference, provide value, to pursue my own goals and my own dreams. And right now, no one can buy my time. My time is mine. So I keep doing, and I find what I find. Is that time is the greatest resource we got. And in the grand scheme of things, it's really not a lot. So gotta make the best of it. Who knows how much there will be with the rest of it. So if I can create something now, even if I don't know how, just start doing it, pursuing it. And I treat it like a pro, even if I'm new to it. This is really what I see, something new for me. You know, when I released this, what would you say, when I launched this, I was thinking it was pretty much like, I mean, it was ready to launch, but I really underestimated how much better I could make it. And from the chat, that was a good conversation about, you know, marketing, because there's so many different methods of marketing. And I think a lot of people are just caught up on advertising, like creating like commercials or like magazine ads or online ads, stuff like that. But marketing is so expansive in so many ways, and you never know what's going to work for your specific flow and your specific project. So you just got to go and try it out. Without a doubt, over time you'll see. And that's why the more I build, the more businesses I create, the less I wait, and I just go and I just do it. I can tell a lot of the more I talk to people who are beginners, they get caught up in a lot of planning, thinking about like later steps and how to do those. And I mean, these are all important to an extent, but not as important as actually creation, manifestation, regulation, bringing value to the nation. So stay in tune to this station for positive business vibration. So if you're just tuning in, you know it's time to win. And I would say go ahead and hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Coming through with new information steady. Feel free at any time, comments, questions, whatever's on your mind. Search and find the answers. So I think once this part's done, I'm going to run on to the next marketing dashboard. I'm going to switch up, try a different type of marketing. The more I build, the more I learn, and then the more later I'll earn. But right now, it's all about the journey of building. Even found some bugs here. I believe it fixed them. Just checking out these pages, making sure they're right. They did update the pricing too. Even though that wasn't what I wanted to do, I like what it did. That's awesome. That was a good addition to build. So I'm glad I did that, and I'm just getting started with that part really, but very necessary. And I definitely want to get to the marketing dashboard. So I'm gonna transition onto that now. So what do I got to do? I got to change the chat. To the marketing strategy. Yep, that's the right chat. Okay. Then I got to change the project in VS Code to the marketing dashboard. Make sure that I want to make sure I'm like got all this audited and committed. That would have been a mistake not to do that. So good thing I remembered that. All right, back to the other chat. I'm going to take a break from doing this stuff right now. But before I do, I have not done an audit yet. The Git source is at 25. So write me a prompt for Codex to audit everything from the Git source and anything else specifically you think that would be necessary. And I will paste the results here, and then we can have Claude do the fixes. And I do have Codex linked up with Claude Code, but what I notice is when I try to use Codex through Claude Code for bigger audits like this, it freezes up. I have to do it like one step at a time. So I'm just going to give this right to Codex. And that's interesting. I'm pretty sure GPT came out with 5.5, but it's only showing the highest being 5.4 on here. But no big deal. Welcome to the chat. Persizzle, welcome back. Everything is going good. Doing something new. Started out with the design. And then mainly today I've been doing marketing. So some marketing for the site, like SEO and AEO. AEO is like really like kind of my new favorite subject in marketing that I'm learning about. AEO is what does that stand for? I think it's like automated engine optimization, but essentially it's like SEO for like GPT, Claude, Gemini, any AI. So they work a little bit differently than SEO, and this is where I think the future is going to go. I think the future is going to be all about more and more people searching not Google but AIs for information. And I want to be the one that's like showing up when people do a search on something and they can say, oh yeah, this project, this Stackivate project does what you're talking about. And the main thing is like with Google, they're sending, when you search for something, they're going to be sending you to a site. With AI, they're trying to keep you on their site. So you want to provide like really concise information that they can use. But you want it to so that people are going to see the name of the project. And then they can like, it'll give them enough like kind of like guidance to go and check it out on their own. So that's kind of what I understand right now. And yes, this Stackivate is live. So I'll paste the link right now. I got to get that up on Twitch too. Something I have yet to do. All right. Well, that's good to know. So before I put the link, it's just taking me right to terms of service when I come in new. And then there's no link to get to the page. That's good. I'm glad I checked that out. All right. So I just made these new changes today and I was only checking them on the local. So definitely good thing I checked it here. So I'm running that audit right now, and someone in the live chat asked for a link to this project. So I went to it on like my regular browser and I Googled it. It came up as the top search. However, it took me straight to the terms of service. And there's no way that I can see to like actually get into the project. It's just like stuck at the terms of service. So let me know what I can do. And I guess probably we want to get this audit done first before we like make any changes to the project. But I just wanted to let you know this, and I'll come through when the audit results are done. Like, calm down, Claude. It's not that big of a deal. Stop everything you're doing. Like, dude, I'll get there. Like, man. I feel like Claude, like the new update, it's like it worries. But yeah, it's stackivate.com, and I was just adding like a new intro page, and if you go there, it just shows the terms of service right now. Yup, exactly. So it just shows the terms of service, and I was just creating that stuff now, but it doesn't like take you have any links to take you anywhere else, which I'm fixing right now. What I'm seeing is let's see. Yeah, this is what I see when I look at it. Takes me right to terms. But let's see, maybe that was just like the Google link that I clicked for some reason. Oh, it's taking me here when I just do stackivate.com. So yeah, that was weird. I wonder why. Okay, that's good to know. I can thank you for that, because I just clicked the Google link and I assumed that that was like the homepage, but it's taking you straight to the Investor's Edge, which is like the kind of the quiz game to get you started. And essentially, like, I had it there first for the launch because I wanted to have it like less friction, so like people didn't have to navigate to this, because this is kind of like the logical place someone would start that is actually like doing a function. So awesome. Looks like we're clear now that you got the Investor's Edge, and that's where it's taking you. So essentially, like, level 1 is just like simply understanding a chart, looking for what like reversal signs on a chart, like when stock or Bitcoin or whatever asset you're looking at a chart, these candles will tell you a lot of information. So when you see certain candles, it's like more probable that a reversal, like if someone's going down and you see this candle, sellers pushed down, the price went down, but buyers, like when it hit that level, that's when buyers came in. So this is usually a good sign that like it's a good like buy signal. Usually everything's probability. So like then you can learn by like going through this. And then essentially, once you feel like you're learning, or even you could start here at the time machine, takes you to a random year in the stock market. And you can try to beat the S&P 500. And you're right, that should not be the default. That was just like a launch thing, so I could just get it out there and have people start using it and like kind of get some feedback off of what I already built. But this is like, you know, I'm still working on this and still building it. I just got the main features out and ready to go. So yes, on the home page, I'll definitely get a call to action. I think I believe I have one, but I'm going to go back and update. So I think this was my mistake. I just clicked the search off Google and just assumed it was going to take me to the stackivate.com. But it took me to the terms of service page. And when I manually put in the correct URL, it took me straight to the Investor's Edge game. And luckily somebody in the chat asked about it, so I was able to look it up first. But basically, they were mentioning that, you know, I want to have a homepage with a call to action, a CTA. And you know, I believe like we kind of have a CTA, and I'll like refine it and make it better as I go. I'm just like building this stuff out right now, and then I can focus more on details later. But I just wanted to like update you that I did find that, you know, I was wrong and we have a better idea of what's going on. So I'll come through with this audit report when it's ready. I understand. It's hard to tell what the website is based on to where you're redirected to where it starts. Respect. Yeah, it's good. It's good to have you here. So yeah, I'm just vibe coding, building this out, and the first thing I really kind of planned out was just like the functions, like the main things the site is going to do, and now I'm getting more into the homepage and SEO and AEO to like have like articles that will bring people in from the internet and this new homepage, I thought I had it directed to it, but I guess it's not. So hopefully I can fix this real quick. And I'm just kind of trying to think of any questions I would have based on what's going on right now. So you're saying it's hard to vibe code when there isn't exactly some sort of reference point there about what AI is spitting out. And I guess I don't 100% understand that. So I guess kind of what I understand is the reference I gave it was like I wanted to create like more of like a homepage that had FAQ, these articles, and like a CTA, like you were saying, an explanation of like what the project is, stuff that explains like who I am, who created it, those kind of things. Like a lot of like, I think this leans more towards like marketing, because it's like you said, helping people understand what the project is and what they're going to achieve, and then directing them to actual like features on the project. And I think I hear what you're saying. So yeah, it sounds like you understand me a little bit better now. We understand each other from that yes sir comment. So yeah, that's good to know. But yeah, I feel like I'm pretty good. I've been heavily using LLMs for business and marketing stuff for like a good 2 years before I started vibe coding. So I understand like, prompt engineering and stuff pretty well, I think. And even though like this is kind of like my first main website I built, and I built like 30 simple apps before this that are all like MVPs and didn't have any kind of like sales page or anything like that. I might not be building this in the correct order, but I think I'll be learning a lot from this. And I think after I build it, then I can go back and kind of like reassess like, what would have been like when I build the next app. What is more of like, what can I learn from this app that I could have done better next time? But my kind of approach right now is to just like build fast, fail fast, learn from my mistakes, build out like the main features, do my best not to get caught up on any kind of like details, build all the main stuff out, and then come back and like, get the like biggest details and kind of work my way down. So this is a good question, because this is a main thing that I'm wondering is like understanding code is important. And I know there's more than just understanding code. There's like understanding like, scaffolding, like dev practices, like the structure of code. And I'm slowly learning code. Like I'm always reading the code, and I've kind of done basic research on different coding languages, mainly Python. And I don't know how to like write code myself, and some people are saying that I absolutely need to like be really good at writing code to do this. Some people are saying it's not necessary. And from what I understand, there's plenty of people who have built successful apps without knowing how to write code. But that being said, I'm still taking my time, and I can tell I'm slowly learning code as I go. More about like the structure, but like I just haven't been writing it yet. And when you're saying that, once I get to like 1,000 or 10,000 users, how is it going to scale? So like I would just think like, once I get there, I mean, I could talk to AI if there's certain like breaking points. I could talk to AI about those breaking points, and I could kind of understand what the problem is. But I guess that's a good thing. I've never really like understood why code would be important to knowing how something would scale once I get like massive users. All I did was when I started building it, I said build this assuming that it's going to scale to like, 10,000 users. So you're saying it's likely going to be difficult. So what kind of I guess like let's say a year from now I have like 1,000 users or even just like 10,000 users. Um what do you think are some of the issues that would pop up that many users would create that I might not be considering right now, I guess. Database. Okay, so like I'm using a database with Supabase right now. So from what I understand, like shouldn't Supabase be able to like handle that many users? Maybe I just need to like pay more for from what I understand, I think I pay Supabase based on the amount of users I have in the database. But from what I understand, like there's not like a limit to how many users I can have for like a Supabase database. And even then, like I think there's other options like what is it, like Firecrawl or something like that. No doubt, yeah. And I'm gonna look up deadlocking right now. And also too, my background is more in like business and marketing. So I don't know if you're like building stuff and you have any kind of like business or marketing questions. I would be happy to help you with that stuff. And I think right now I'm gonna ask about deadlocking. You're purely in the tech field, no doubt. That's good to know. Um, and do you use like since like AI has come along with vibe coding, do you find yourself using that for like personal projects more? Um, or I guess do you even do personal projects, or is it just like professionally? I don't know. Has it really like? I think I'm getting what I'm getting at is like how much has like Claude Code helped you? Has it like increased your working speed? Have you been able to get more done? Or do you still feel like just manually doing what you're doing before you can work better and faster? So I just had someone in the comments and we were having a good conversation about issues, when I scale up, and they were mentioning one of the main issues is like deadlocking in regards to databases. So from what I understand with Supabase, like there's no limit to how many users I can have, but can you help me understand deadlocking and like how it might affect like my project or my app and things that maybe I might not be considering that I could consider right now to minimize this issue from happening later? That's good to hear. So like just you've been sounds like you're pretty well learned in this field already. and it was like a 10x for you. And that's what I felt like with business. Even before I got into Claude Code and into AI coding, just using LLMs for business content and marketing and stuff like that, I feel like it gave me a 10x increase. But then I quickly realized, like, okay, like I could, everything I'm doing with this that I'm doing manually, I could create systems with vibe coding that would make it like 100x. So like these systems could, like, you know, handle all the prompts that I'm like manually doing and have better context and link up more different things together. And I'm already seeing like on some of these marketing dashboards that I'm starting to build out, I'm definitely seeing big returns. So that's really awesome. So let's see. I'm just gonna, yeah, I feel like this is the future. I feel like we're really, really at the beginning of it. And my intuition is telling me from a business sense that now is the time to really, really like learn this stuff so I can get ahead. And I've definitely had these kind of like intuitive like feelings about certain things in business and technology in the past, and I've been right, but I've also haven't taken them as seriously. I didn't in the past, I didn't trust my gut as much, and now that I've, like, you know, been around more, I'm trusting my gut a lot more. And right now my intuition is like telling me very clearly, like, this is like probably one of the best things I could be doing right now with my time. And if I put in the work right now and I get to like the top of the field of people that are implementing this stuff, that it'll pay off big time. And I think in the future, like, this is just going to get more and more implemented throughout business, especially. And if I can be one of the first people to really understand like best practices for implementing this stuff in business, um, you know, the app stuff is cool. I've had apps and business ideas that I've wanted to create for a long time that I just never had the time or the money to hire a developer. So I like doing that too, but I think my main kind of drive for doing this is learning how to create business systems. And you know, business systems are different based on the business. So like the business system for my personal brand is a lot different than the business system I'm making for this investing app. But it's doing these different business systems are teaching me like a wide range of systems, I guess. So thank you. Yeah, I'm about to read this response right now. Welcome to the chat, Cozy Sun. Respect every time. Good to see you. Just working on some marketing stuff and projects coming along good. Started the day with design and feel like I got the main design stuff done for now, so I can focus on the marketing. So it sounds like these are all issues that aren't going to affect me now, but once I get to, you're saying like maybe 500 or 1,000 users, when these issues pop up, that like there's basically like solutions to them that would make sense to implement then, but not so much right now. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's good to think long term too. I know from business, like I think long term, but I kind of have the attitude of like, just focus on like the step I'm on, and focus on the end goal, and the next step will present itself to me at the right time, and not to worry about like stuff in the future. But it's good to know this. Like it helps me a lot to like understand these concepts and understand that this is something that I should be considering in the future. So then like when this does happen, like I won't be like totally like kind of like in the dark about like what's going on. I'll probably recognize it much quicker, like, oh yeah, I remember like talking about this last year, and like this is must be that. So I can probably like figure out the problem much quicker, and this helps a ton. So yeah, I really appreciate this conversation, and that's a good way. That's like, in the world, I feel like the world would be super boring if everybody thought the same. So that's how we all kind of like learn together, is like everyone has their own different like mentality. This looks like this audit just got done. I'm going to give it back to Claude. And that would be good. Like that would be a good problem, I feel like, if it grew incredibly fast. So I'd be surprised, because like this is really my first app, but I mean it's possible, and that would be awesome. And yeah, I definitely appreciate it. So I will know, and definitely anything else you could think of, um I would definitely be inclined to hear about it. But no worries, like I'm sure either way I'll learn. And I'm just, really, I feel like doing this build on live stream was one of the best decisions I made, because I was thinking like mostly like I was going to be having people watch me, and as I got better over time, I was going to be able to answer people's questions. But I found way more in my beginning stages. People are coming in and helping me understand things at the right time. no doubt. Just build and learn, and then earn. Just focusing on providing as much value as I can. See a big gap in the market for most stuff out here is for trading. Most people aren't trying to trade. Most people just want to, learn how to invest the right way. The old way is like, financial advisors and courses and stuff like that. And I think with AI now, that stuff really is just like the old way. And I want to be like one of the first people to help to where I can just like provide more free features on this app than anywhere else, and have like, what people used to pay like thousands of dollars a year for a financial advisor, they could just get for free on this app. And then they'll realize like, yeah, it's worth it to pay for the paid tier and take it to the next level. No doubt, yeah, AI does like mess up sometimes. And from what I've seen so far, I just keep it really basic and really simple, and it seems like it's really good at understanding this stuff. Um, I'm definitely using it myself too, and I understand this stuff pretty well, so I'm able to tell when it's messing up, and then I can like guide it. I'm getting better at like learning how to make these projects better over time and catching mistakes and stuff. But for right now, I'm keeping it really simple, and the coaching stuff like that isn't really up until the paid tier. The free tier is more like, just more of like a guide that offers information and gives people platforms to learn, kind of like we were saying, like 10x the speed of learning. Do stuff that wasn't possible before. So I'm feeling pretty good about this, and I'm sure like it'll get better as I go. Just got to keep building and learning. My background is in entrepreneurship. Marketing is my favorite part of business. I really enjoy learning about marketing, like marketing psychology, stuff like that. And the biggest business I've ever built was like a book publishing company. I got into that just because I really enjoyed reading like mainly business books. And I pretty much got to a point where I felt like I understood, like I read so many books, I was like, okay, I kind of get a sense on like why certain books sell really well and why certain books don't. And I also kind of got to a point where like I would get a new business book and I would read the whole thing, and only maybe like 5% of it would feel like it was new information. So that's what led me to that. So that's a good question. Why don't I use Claude on CLI or Claude Code? Um, so a lot of this is like research, and I know I could have like one terminal for build and another terminal for research on Claude Code. And in the past, I didn't really see why it mattered as much. I was more thinking like, I would go through less usage and it'd be better. It just kind of the way I'm used to using LLMs are through like this interface, through like the website. But the more I'm using it, the more I'm starting to understand how like asking it questions about stuff is better through Claude Code, because then it has access to like all the files in the project and it can have more of like a basis of like what I'm asking it. So I feel like slowly I'm starting to shift over to that. And like even before I like, had to have all my prompts written, now I'm starting to get better at like certain things. I'm like, I don't even need to write a prompt for that. I know exactly how to tell Claude what I want. So the main reason I think it started was just like context and not trying to like use the same chat for building as like, going off into like research stuff. But now I'm starting to understand it better. So I think I'm slowly shifting more to using Claude in the VS Code. So CLI, yeah, I feel like command line interface, I think, is what pops up into my head. And I feel like I've learned about that a while back. So CLI, what is that? That's basically like using Claude Code in the terminal, maybe. Git and version control. Yes, I know Git. Like right now, I'll show you like the like right now Git is at like 25. So this audit I just did, I had it mostly, this is Git, right? The source control. So like mostly for this audit, I just had it focus on everything in the source control for Git. So I think that's what you're saying. And a lot when I first started this and I was like totally clueless to what was going on, and I was just like, it is very frustrating. Now it's starting to get easier, but there's still so much to learn. And people were coming on and telling me like, just wait like 3 to 6 months and you'll be like really good at this. And I'm just starting to feel like I'm starting to get there. But I definitely got more to go. Oh, GitHub for adding, committing, and pushing. I see what you're saying. So maybe I'm not so familiar with the term adding, but yeah, I've always like everything's on GitHub. I'm always like, remembering to commit and push. That's basically like saving everything. Yep, GitHub is like the central hub for the repo. And then things like Netlify and Vercel. I use those two. Those are basically like, where it's kind of like hosted online, I think is the best way to understand it. I need to be with multiple people who have been in this. Exactly. And that's, I don't know. I know one other person personally that's doing this. I know a good friend of mine that has been a successful graphic design business for many years, that I can like kind of talk to him about like stuff that I don't understand. But as far as like this, I only know one other person who's building stuff with AI, and they're building some cool stuff, but I don't know that they have enough as much time to really get into it on the level where I want to be. But it's good like talking to them, seeing what they're building, and I think I learned the most from you guys. So yeah, this is like doing this live is so valuable because I really like being a part of this community. I really think that everybody that's doing this is really awesome, and I really enjoy doing this. I really enjoy talking to everybody, almost everybody here. But for the most part, like, yeah, this is like the best conversation I've had all day. And yeah, definitely I would join you guys. Like I have a Discord for this. I can quick paste the Discord link right now, but any other groups, feel free to let me know, and I would definitely like to join them. I appreciate the help every time. Yeah, I do feel like a baby at the coding stuff. Maybe I'm definitely no more than when I started, but I can tell I still have a long way to go, and that keeps me motivated. That's like it's weird how my brain works. Like I like doing things that are really difficult. Like the most recent things I learned, like if you've heard of wing foiling, that's one of the most difficult like activities I've ever learned. But like once you get it, it's super easy, if that makes sense. But I really like just want to learn stuff like that. I see people doing it, and I'm like, I want to learn that, and I just have like a ton of motivation and drive. But then once I learn it, like my motivation and drive drops. Like I still like doing it, but like it's more goes in the background, and then I want to like learn the next thing. So your recommendation would be to master this. I guess can you be more specific what you mean by this? Kind of like what I'm already doing, just like building apps and building marketing systems. Okay. Yeah, that's what I want to do. And like, people I get a lot of suggestions to try out like, um building with Codex more and all these different tools and everything, and I'm doing my best just to focus on like mastering Claude Code first and not like trying too many different things. Kind of like laser focus one thing at a time. That was one of the most early business lessons I've learned, was like I always had so many business ideas, and I would try to work on multiple businesses at the same time. And like brain power is the main power, and laser focus on one thing is really like your like thoughts and your mind are like energy, I believe. And the more you are like trying to focus on all these different things, the more your energy is spread out, and like the less you actually get done. And it's best, I think, to just focus on like one thing at a time, do that right, and then move on to the next. So you guys, this conversation is like best conversation I've had all day for sure. You guys have been super helpful, and Give it thanks every time. Respect every time. Yes, when I talk to a lot of people about this stuff, their understanding is like they're just having a ton of difficulty understanding prompt engineering. They can't get the results they want no matter how hard they try with the prompts, and then they just give up and they think that AI is always giving me the wrong answer. AI is always like running me in circles. AI is like, I can't use it to do what I need to do. And then they just give up. And then when I talk to them, then I can usually open their eyes pretty quickly about like what they're doing wrong and that it is possible. So it's good to feel like, even though I'm a beginner, I feel like I'm definitely like, one of the like trailblazers in this field. Yes, I still get caught in circles too sometimes, but I'm getting way better at recognizing it when it happens. So minimizing the time that I get caught and then finding my way out of them. So I think I think, too, AI is going to get better over time. And as it gets better, things like that will be like less of an issue. But then, like, also as it gets better, the people that, just kind of gave up on it, they're going to have to, like, start their learning curve, like, way at the bottom. Whereas, like, I just, stuck with it and pushed through, and I'm already at another level with it. So it feels good to know that, like, it's already paying off. And, I've only been doing this for a couple months, so I can only imagine a year from now. Like, that keeps me, like, very highly motivated. I guess for right now, just give me the prompt to commit and push to GitHub. And then I'll just go on to a different marketing for the dashboard marketing. And I'll come back to this probably tomorrow. So let's see, back to the comments, back to the chat. This is Claude LLM, and it writes certain like pieces of code. But mostly it'll like give me prompts. Sometimes it gives me prompts with code mixed in, and then I just give the whole prompt to Claude Code in the. So I'll just run through my workflow real quick. Let's see. Usually I do Claude Code in the terminal for the building. I've got a Codex, an extra Codex window. I use Codex for audits because like I find it's better at catching bugs than Claude is at auditing its own work. I do have the, I don't know if it's like the update, whatever you call it, to where I can run Codex through Claude Code, but when I do a bigger prompt that's like looking at more of the project, it usually freezes up when I try to run it through Claude. So then I run it through the chat window with Codex right here. And I also have like Claude in this chat window that I use sometimes. Mainly I used to use it for like just plan mode, and I would get a plan MD, and then I would have Claude do the building. If I'm doing just like one simple audit, I can just tell Claude, like a lot of times with prompts, I'll be like, build this, and then have Codex do like this audit afterwards. Use Playwright sometimes for, like going through sites and like clicking stuff, things like that. And mainly use the LLMs for like strategy and research, things like that. So yeah, I would say that's my workflow for the most part. And GPT doesn't input code for you, but if you pay for GPT, then you should have Codex. And from what I understand, like you could use Codex to input code. Well, I guess VS Code is what I use. I started out with Cursor, but VS Code is like the same thing and it's free. And I kind of phased out of using Cursor as I started understanding things better. Everyone is pretty much telling me that Claude Code is the best for building compared to Codex, but now some people are starting to say Codex is catching up and maybe better in some ways. Especially like marketing with images, stuff like that. Yeah, Playwright. When I first got it, I was like, well, I could just manually do this, and it's creating all these PNG files in my code base, and it's like messing up the context. But the more I used it, the more I'm realizing like this actually can do stuff that would take me manually an hour to do in like 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And I'm still like, I'm just kind of like beginning to understand how powerful Playwright is. But I can tell I'm going to be using it a lot more over time. So I'm not sure what you mean by flag in the terminal for it. If you could explain that better, that's cool. But if not, no worries. I can just look it up on the on AI. Next question I have is in regards to Playwright. Like, I'm just kind of starting to understand what I can do with Playwright. And somebody in the comments mentioned that there is a insane flag that I can use in the terminal for Playwright. And it's probably more advanced, but it would like help me to kind of understand now what it's more capable of. So by the terminal, they're mean like I'm using Claude Code in the terminal. Could you explain this to me better? Trace viewer. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it is awesome to learn this stuff, and just got to keep learning. Um Feeling like I'm in the right place at the right time. I'll be right back. Yeah, looks like I'm done with that. Moving on to the next chat. All right. So what I'm doing now is I'm pulling up the marketing dashboard that I'm building for this app. And essentially how I'm starting is trying to talk to users, collect information about my target market online, where they hang out, what they talk about. So with this dashboard, I have like one kind of information collection screen that I can put in conversations that I'm not a part of, and one that is conversations that I'm actually a part of, talking to prospective customers. And this is like the foundation of this whole marketing dashboard, because it collects this information into a database, and then it uses like it extracts like certain pieces of information in regards to like marketing to create the right marketing content for the right people at the right places. And I've almost got enough information into where I can start building out the next part, which would be the actual like helping me create marketing content. So just getting this set up. I'm just starting up the marketing dashboard right now, and I'm gonna paste what it did, but I think there's still one more prompt I have to give it before it starts. Can you help me with that? Yeah, I totally thought the Knicks and the Hawks game was going to be close. Not even close at all. I did not think Wemby would be back for the Spurs. I just had to check those scores. But he bounced back quick. All right, back to the work. Whoop. All right, I'm understanding this better. So for this particular project, like it automatically brings up the prompt when I sign into Claude. And then after I run that prompt that I just gave you the results from, I could just double click start Stackivate bat, and then it should start. But what I did this time was I ran that prompt manually into the PowerShell terminal, and it gave me this response. And there was a warning message. That's the only reason I'm giving it to you before I start the localhost. So this is the browser so far. Oh yeah, I forgot about this sourcing part. That's the newest part I just built and I haven't been using it yet, but gonna do some more observations and leave some more comments. So go into Reddit. First thing I see, the most popular thread on Reddit right now for like stocks and investing is someone saying they made something that looks like on AI where just drop a stock and they'll run it through and get a analysis. And essentially I already have that built on the project. But this is interesting to see how they're doing it maybe differently from me. They're using the Yahoo API. That is funny. It's probably not going to work for much longer. That's cool that I can see that, and I know, like, I've been building enough to know not to use the Yahoo API for stock data. All right, so everything is set up. So back to the marketing part of it. And before I start giving you conversations to get your opinion, I just noticed what looks like the most popular conversation today. I'm going to paste here, and it's basically someone telling people that just type in a name of a stock and they'll do the analysis. And they made like a tool, and it looks like similar, but maybe not as good, mostly because of the API they're using for analysis for any stock. And like I already have that with part of like the coach for my paid tier for my finance app, hub, whatever you want to call it. So this just got me to like thinking, like, you know, right now my strategy is all about like finding other people's posts and then like posting stuff. What do you think about like starting my own threads and doing something like this? Because I see this is very popular and I think this could be good marketing. Let me know what you think. All right, I hear what you're saying. That makes a lot of sense. And that gave me an idea. Maybe I could build something on the dashboard that would, at the right time, help me generate actual posts or even like post ideas based on all the information I've collected. So it sounds like what you're saying. I shouldn't be doing individual posts myself now. But I'm wondering, do you think this is a good idea to build a feature like this on the dashboard? And do you think it would matter whether I built it now or later? This totally makes sense. It sounds like I should build it later. Main thing I was wondering is like, would it make more sense to build it now for like collecting information on like, creating posts? But it sounds like what you're saying, it doesn't matter. I can build it later and it'll probably be better because it'll still have access to the same information. And this could just be a part of like the next step in building content, not just for like Twitter, X, or TikTok or something like that, but also for different places like Reddit where there's actual conversations. So basically, let me know if I'm understanding this correctly, and if so, I will come through with what looks to me like the first good conversation, either to log or to add to. What do you think about adding to this, or even maybe making it an observation? So I'm going to log this as a new observation first. And I'll extract with AI. Copy all this information as a markdown, give it back to the chat. See what it thinks. All right, so I'm running the prompt right now for tuning log, and I'm starting to notice things like, part of my project, maybe I should give you, or you could give me a prompt that you could get more information from my actual project so you understand it better, because some of the stuff that I took off from that reply was talking about how like this is more about trading, like paper trading, stuff like that. And so part of my app or project that I'm marketing, I'm trying to make it for investing, but I also really believe that if people learn things like how to read a chart and basic technical and fundamental analysis, and they use paper trading. I have a free tier paper trading tool that's like a time machine that takes you back to a random year in the stock market, and the goal is to beat the S&P 500. And they give you maybe like 10 or 20 of like major stocks that you can use based on you can see the chart and like try to buy it at the right time based on like that year. But anyways, I can pretty much almost consistently beat the S&P 500. And I feel like most people, if they play that game enough, like it like is like, a year of market experience in like 15 minutes. And if they just keep doing it over and over, they can get better. And I know a lot of people who invest that just do that with individual stocks, and they're not really into it like index funds and stuff like that. That being said, I'm trying to really avoid trading. I don't want it like this to be a platform for traders. But I'm seeing a lot of opportunity to where people are like, looking for things that I don't have, like advice on like index funds and like the fundamentals of like stuff that like a financial advisor would like advise people on. But I'm seeing like opportunities that I think people are missing, that if they put like some effort into it, they could like outperform these index funds. I guess that being said, I don't want to like go on too much more, but I'm wondering if you see what I'm getting at, and if it makes sense to you, and if I could kind of combine both of these worlds together, you think, in this project. And this seems to be getting me a lot of information to what to add on. And I think that just in the free tier, without having like, having to spend money on like APIs and stuff like that, I could give people like this basic information that they're looking for, and also give them a platform to like test things out more, like building more features other than that like time machine trying to beat the S&P 500. And the main feature of the paid tier is like real-time paper trading with each time they make a buy or a sell, it's automatically logging like a journal entry. And then there's a coach. So the coach sees the journal, and the more journal entries it gets over time, the more information it gets on a person, that it can understand like, how they are, where their strengths and weaknesses are in investing, and help them get better. So this is major strategy stuff I'm getting right here, and it's kind of going off from the marketing, but I just wanted to bring it up to like get you more in line with what I'm doing, and any kind of advice you have would be valuable. This is money. I'm glad I realized this. Okay. This is actually the first time I feel like Opus 4.7 is showing me something that is super valuable that I haven't got before. It's always been like really yes man stuff before. And now it's like pushing back more. And there's still stuff that it doesn't understand, but it's like helping me find the middle ground with it. Which is like way better for like how to make progress, I believe. So I see what it still doesn't understand, and it's helping me understand what I didn't understand, and like I can just keep working with it now to like, this is awesome. Okay. okay, this is money. I feel like I'm really getting somewhere to like make progress on this that I wasn't seeing before. So, elevator pitch. I don't have that down 100% yet. Target user. Right now, it's just really like beginner investors. And you're right, that is too broad. I need to narrow that down more. What I believe about investing, I think here's the most important point. My actual position is that everybody is different. Everybody's mind works differently. Everybody has different strengths and weaknesses and lead to risk. And one size fits all is not good. My product or app is meant to, through people making buys and sells and coaching and logging this information, gets to know their specific strengths and weaknesses and like where they are good at, what they understand, helps them understand what they don't understand. And I could go on more about it, but I think that's the basics. I do believe trading is a learnable skill, but I think most people don't want to trade. I'm not trying to make this project at all for traders, just for investors. So with my paper trading, it's all about just giving people a platform to where they can practice buying and selling themselves without having to pay someone to do it for them. And they can learn in real time without risking any money. I think some people want to go straight into learning stocks. I think you brought up one of the best points was in I'm probably pretty good. And when I play that time machine thing, the majority of the time I beat the S&P 500 by a good amount. Most new people won't, and they will see that. So that will give them a huge reality check. So I think the main thing with that is I need to frame it differently instead of like, this is going to teach you to beat the S&P 500 to like see like, where you reality are in beating the S&P 500. And it won't take you a year to get this like this realization. You can get a year's worth of practice in like 15 minutes to learn this. And if you want to get better and try to beat it, then you can. So I want to do like more of a hybrid, like to what I was trying to do before, but also add on this stuff too. And right now for the paid tier, the first thing is like an onboarding process where it asks them some simple questions about like, have they already been investing? What's their experience like? What's kind of like, what happens if a stock price goes down after they already bought it? Like, do they freak out and want to sell? Stuff like that. So then that takes them to the paper trader where like each time they make a buy or sell, it asks them some questions like, why did they buy this? What is their mindset like? And it logs that. So over time, it gets better and knows them and helps them. I want this to be something that like can replace like financial advisor. And I know I got to be careful about like saying that directly because I'm not a financial advisor and the legality stuff with that. But I believe with AI and where it's at right now that this is like a new kind of frontier of what's possible, and that I can basically like provide so much value in the free tier of this project that it will get people wanting to be like, wow, like I really want to get into this more. Like this is better than a financial advisor. And this is better than hiring a coach, or at least as the same as like hiring a coach, but like way cheaper. So I could probably go on and on more right now, but I think it's awesome that we clear this up right now before we, keep doing like more of this marketing logging and kind of adjust things now and get things right to move forward. Let me know what you think. Any questions, whatever you think to ask me. I'm glad that you're pushing back on stuff and you're not just saying yes to everything like previous models did. See, this is marketing right here. This is like talking to the users, and I just built out the MVP of the project. I didn't try to get too detailed with it. I just kind of had an idea, but like I'm really refining it a ton through actually like looking at like what people are doing. And I'm not even I'm barely talking to them yet. I'm just looking at their conversations. And yeah, I could have done this before I built the MVP, but it's not that big of a deal. Like I can easily adjust as I go. And I gotta just, the main thing is like staying open, not feeling like I need to like have it a certain way, and just learning from this stuff and adjusting it based on what the customer wants and not what I think they want. Know yourself, and that's one of the main things. I feel like investing has helped me know myself better. So yeah, I'm really getting to something important. They're saying that the system won't like this, that I'm shaking up the system with this. They're saying, yeah, this could provide more value, but the system's not gonna like it, and I got to be really careful how I put it out. And that has definitely caused me problems in the past that I've learned from. That I can see things that break the mold and a better way, but then like people who are doing things the old way, they don't like it. They're like, this is like gonna stop. Like, we've spent all this time doing it this way, and now you come along and you're showing us something better. And instead of being like, well, maybe we could learn from you and maybe we could, like, work together on this in advance, they fight against me. And they're just like, no, we want to keep doing things this way. Like, we don't like that you're coming through and like showing a better way. And that's a very common theme in my life. What's up, Matt Dev? The app's coming along good. Just making it better every day. Learning and learning. Gotta constantly like learn and adjust. And slowly but surely, I will get there. How about you? How you been doing? No doubt. I bet that pays pretty good. I bet there's a lot of value in that. I've never heard of somebody who does that, and that sounds really cool. I just started learning about cleanup. Just doing cleanup on this project. I bet there's a ton of people that don't do it all the way. The final 20%. What are you finding are like the main things that people miss when you're doing these cleanups? That's good to know. Some of that stuff I feel like I've done, and some of it I'm not quite sure. But yeah, and it's good to know I can reach out to you if I'm having problems with any of this stuff, and look at hiring you to do some cleanup if there's stuff I can't figure out. So yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so I think the only thing that you're confused about is that right now the time machine where you pick stocks and it shows you, how you performed against the S&P 500. It's basically like, I don't think I'm really phrasing it anyway. I think I've been kind of like, I just launched this as far as like to the people I'm live streaming to. I'm just starting the marketing. So other than that, like I've only had maybe 2 people try it out. For beating the S&P 500, like if you beat it, then like it says that you beat it by whatever, like kind of like you won, but like I'm seeing like I should like kind of rephrase it to not be about like trying to beat the S&P 500, but more about like see how well you do against the S&P 500 in a random year, and it won't take you a year to learn this. Like you can learn it in like 5 minutes to like 20 minutes. On to your questions. How does the user know what the system has learned about them? This would be in the paid tier. I haven't used it enough to have it generate a profile. It's just like a coach that you would talk to. It's phrased as like the AI coach, and it remembers your journaling, and then you can ask it questions, and then it can give you advice. The main thing I've done so far for regulation is I haven't said anything on the project about it being like better or replacing a financial advisor. I've just made it so everything is like in probabilities. Like it's not saying you should buy this or you should sell this. It's saying like in this case, this is more probable or this is more likely. For the onboarding moment of truth, that's not until the paid tier, and no one's actually like got the paid tier yet except for me that I've been using it. And it just starts with like some very simple questions that I plan on making better over time to get kind of like a idea of like investor's personality. This project still has a long way to go. I'm just kind of like, launching an MVP that's like very simple, just main features. I would imagine a user in week 1 is just like trying out things in the free tier. And I'm guessing I could add a lot more stuff to the free tier. I want to add more stuff to the free tier and have analytics so I can see what users are liking and what they don't like, and do more of that. So the main thing I think right now is that I want to get like a better idea of like how to go forward with this and how to adjust it based on what I've learned so far. And then maybe even like, after that, adjust kind of like the marketing guidelines for the marketing dashboard to get a better understanding. But really, like, I also want to make sure that like I'm not doing anything that's illegal. So like I could talk to like a lawyer later about this stuff, but for right now, I'll just leave out anything about any kind of like financial advisor stuff, and make sure that I'm doing everything in regards to giving people advice, like you said, and not like the other things that would be like risky legally. So that being said, I started this out as a marketing chat, but I can tell like I want to really like stop this marketing, like you said, and like, conversate on this more now and then sleep on it when I get to a point where I feel like we've like understand each other and like I know like where I want to go forward with this. So like I've definitely had experiences in my life in the past where like I feel like I find a better way to do something, and people who have been doing things a certain way, they're not very open to my new way. They fight against me. They don't like that I'm like different. They don't like that I can see things differently. And I feel like this could provide a ton of value, but I need to do it the right way. because there's a lot of people out there, financial advisors, a lot of people that, you know, this could replace what they're doing. And they're not going to like that. And they'd probably fight against me. But I'm not trying to, like, you know, like, replace them. That's not my goal. My goal is to provide value to people. My goal is to, like, bring more people into investing and show them that just in my free tier that, like, I could, for free, give them the tools that they need to start investing and demystify it. And they don't need to pay someone a ton of money to just, like, put them in, like, some, like, index funds for the most part. So I could go on more now, but I think I'll stop and I'll just kind of, like, get some more advice from you so we can just, like, become clearer on where this is going, I guess. So yeah, looking at the comments, I have done Claude design. I just started doing Claude design this week. It's pretty impressive. I should look into more of, like, what's going on Upwork and other freelance sites. But my heart and my mind are totally in creating something new, creating my own projects. And I'm sure there's a lot of opportunity out there with that I could be doing and start making money, like, right away. But I believe if I stick with this, that you know, it'll be delayed, but this is the route I want to go. And I definitely appreciate your input, because I could totally go on there and get an idea of, like, what people are doing, and that'll help me a lot in my journey. So yeah, it's good talking to you every time, and I appreciate you being here. And that was a crazy prompt, and I just came to some crazy realizations, and this is really awesome that I, through this marketing that I'm doing right now, I've come to make this project way better. And also, I don't click links in the chat. So, like, no offense or anything, but, like, just for security purposes, I don't click links in there. And I'm working on, like, understanding security better, to way to, like, kind of filter links so people can post their links and they can check to make sure that they're, like, good. And you seem like a cool person, like, but, like, I just know for security that I can't do that right now, so I just got to be careful. And in the future, I'll get it to where I have it to where it can check the links better. Most founders take months to articulate what I just articulated in one conversation. No doubt. You're right. That is very valuable information, especially in regards to keeping an open mind to all advice. And I definitely want to like come back to this fresh and strategize more. It sounds like I need to revise my existing features to fit this new direction that I'm like just changing course on. And I plan on, I'm sure I'll change course more as time goes on and as I learn more. And I'm seeing that, this marketing step right now of studying the market is really helping me a ton in like course correction. So yeah, I'm gonna like pause on this and kind of take a break right now and come back to this fresh to what I think like, how I should like change what I've done so far for course correction, and then I can go on like changing my direction to move forward. So I guess I'll leave it at that right now. If you have anything you might want to add to that, let me know. Otherwise, I'll be taking a break. Wow. I guess they're more right. It's not more like changing course, naming the course I was already on, because I wasn't clearly seeing it. Like I had the visions getting like clear. Give thanks every time. Yes. Okay. This is money and learning so much. And I feel like yeah, my understanding of like what I'm doing and how I can provide better value is getting better. I just got to be careful about how I do it. So, I can do that. But it's definitely a good time to take a break. Definitely having a better idea of what's at stake. And speaking of, that makes me hungry. I don't have any steak to cook right now though, but it's okay. So I'll just go on my way and come back through on another day. So hopefully you got some value off what I had to tell you. If you haven't liked already, make sure you do. You can subscribe too, because I'll always be coming through with something new. So I'm out for tonight.